I think that's worked. Let me know if there's audio. Yep, sorry everyone for the lack of audio again at the beginning. That's 2 streams in a row. I failed to get the audio right. Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Yes! Okay now, excellent. Not too much delay. I put it on low latency mode. I can't change it to ultra low latency. Never mind. It's a slight improvement from last week. So, Prusa MK3. Obviously, fantastic printer. Hopefully that goes without saying. I'm not doing this because it's rubbish. I'm doing this because during printing a lot of PPE for whole COVID crisis during the peak in the UK and all that kind of stuff, this thing printed huge amounts of PETG and the PPE. And in that process, I managed to damage the pinda mount. So that whole the little plastic thing, you probably can't, yeah, you can. Down here, it is broken. So at the moment I've like clamped it in with a piece of paper and jammed it, and it's just, I don't really want to keep it like that because I'll end up trying to like do something fairly critical and then it will fall off or damage or something halfway. And that is not ideal at all. So obviously in order to repair that, I'd have to replace like this main bit here, which involves disassembling a whole lot of this. So I thought instead of just rebuilding it exactly the same, why not try something different? So that's when I thought that the Bear upgrade would be a good idea. Now, I'm not going to do the whole frame. So this is what's called the Bear Exxa. So that is just the X axis. So that includes the extruder, X end with the motor, X end with the idler. Yeah, those 3 bits. So I'm going to be doing that today. In the process of doing that, I've also got a different belt. So when Prusa swapped across to Gates, I'm pretty sure they're Gates. Yeah, the Gates Power Grip GT belts. I bought some of those. That was a long time ago that they changed. And obviously I took off the original ones when I did that like testing mods video, probably like a year and a half ago or something like that. And I've got these like shiny ones that I had from E3D, but they're kind of squeaky. I don't know if you can hear I don't know if you can hear that or not. Either way, they're squeaky. I can't for the life of me find out where it's squeaking or rubbing. So it's quite frustrating how squeaky it is. So I'm going to change it to this, seeing as I have it anyway. I would do that Y-axis one as well, but I think it's going to be quite enough effort just trying to do this today. So hopefully not too much stuff. Also, we should also have Greg here at some point, maybe not immediately, but Greg, the designer of this Prusa Bear modification, I'm trying to avoid calling it an upgrade on the basis that it's good before and good after. It is probably a little bit more rigid. I've not done any like solid testing, so I don't know exactly what the performance difference is, but I'm going to just refer to it mainly as a mod because it changes a lot of stuff and it's probably a little bit better. But is it necessary? I don't want people to get the idea basically that you need to buy a $750 upgrade and then $750 printer and then upgrade it with a whole load of stuff. You don't have to. It may not make much of a difference, but I want to do it. I think it'll be fun to do. So that's what I'm going to do today. I've got chat over here, so if I'm looking over here, I'm not just like ignoring everyone. Got 2 screens today, as suggested last week. So, right, let's get started. If you've noticed, this bed is absolutely wrecked. So I've had this quite a while. Again, printed a lot of PPE, but I got a little bit enthusiastic with the Z offset, so it's slightly damaged. So that's going to be my like backup bed now. Got a couple of spares just in case. Going to take it off. In fact, maybe I'll keep it on the basis that it's already damaged. I'd rather damage something that's already damaged than the bed as well. That was stupid. Anyway, so we've also got some instructions which I can place on the screen. Look how prepared I am today. Okay, it's now right over the Prusa, but maybe that's going to be better. It's maybe a little bit small. When we change angles in a little bit, that might be a little bit more clear. Excellent. Greg is in the chat. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask him. He's a designer, so if he doesn't know, then nobody does. It saves me having to answer questions going, So yes, thank you very much, Greg, for joining us. That's very kind of you to take the time. So on the GitHub page, Greg's obviously got his own GitHub page where there's a bunch of stuff for the full Bear upgrade, but we're just doing the X-axis, so there's a smaller segment for that. And then I'm going to click on the manual section here, and I basically have run through this series of things. So bill of materials, I got all the parts together. Print settings I followed, so these are quite dense, thick, heavy parts, so that's maybe one improvement over the original Prusa. The parts are much thicker, much more rigid, a lot more plastic. So those are great. Obviously STLs are all provided. And then we move on to the assembly guide, which is what I'm going to be basically running through today, hopefully. A couple of clicks. Okie dokie. So, could do with some tools. Here we go. So right at the start, there's just some basics on how to insert nuts. I heard a thing, but I don't see a thing. Just subscribe. Excellent. Thank you very much for subscribing. So we have this PTFE tube length. In fact, let's switch over to this view and you should get, there we go. So information about the PTFE tube. There is a specific PTFE tube cutting tool. I swear I printed it. Yep, here we go. So this is just like, hopefully that camera will be able to focus on that. So it's just like a cutting tool. You'll see me use that maybe now or a little bit later. Thing is, I don't want to take ages reading everything. Same PTFE, so some of the same, some are different. I'm just going to be cutting one from fresh using this tool, so that's going to work for me. Obviously, double check the BROM, check your printed parts. Yep. Disassembly. Turn off the printer, remove the power plug. Protect the printing surface and use a tray to catch some small components that might fall during the disassembly. I'm going to leave it approximately like that, I think. Cut the zip ties and remove the screws, clamping the extruder cable to the Rambo or Einzi box, and remove the 3mm nylon filament. Completely unwind the spiral plastic wrap from the cables. Cut the zip ties, securing the extruder cables on the cable guide, and remove the cable wrapping and untangle the wires. So, I've immediately lost my side cutters. We'll have to use cheap ones today. It'll be fine. All we're doing is cutting zip ties. So, unload the filament. That's obviously done. Did that beforehand to make sure it's all cold before we get into it. You prepared? Yeah, don't be too surprised that I'm prepared. Yeah, I just had a little bit extra time today, so I sat down for like half an hour before the stream, set up some different scenes and stuff like that. Still managed to mess up the audio, so you know, it's not all perfect. Unload the filament, protect the printing surface, remove the M3x40 screw securing the Rambo Einzi cover. I feel a bit all over the place, but so sometimes I like to have stuff printing in the background, but this table is really noisy for printing on, so I'm refraining from that at the moment because it's one of these cheap IKEA ones that's kind of hollow. Right. While we're here, you might not be able to see my face, but I'm sure that's not going to bother you too much. Probably be best if you can see what's going on as best as possible. So for those that built their own Mark III themselves, this process should be fairly familiar. Mine is slightly modified. I don't need to cut that one, that's the bed one. So I'm going to need to cut this, aren't I? Remove the M3x40 screw, disconnect all the plugs, make up the extruder cable bundle, cut the zip ties and remove the screws. Yeah, so basically it's just taking off all the cables and stuff. So the reason this is different, for anyone wondering, this connection after like 2.5 years, is it that long? I really honestly forget when I got this printer. It must be over, I know it's over 2, because I did a video when I got to 2 years. It must be 2.5, something like that, coming up to 3. So, yeah, those cables did eventually wear out and I had some problems there. But just soldered on some new cables, it's really quite easy. And I changed out the spiral wrap for this like harnessing stuff. It's just a little bit easier to put on. It's actually really difficult to see chat in this tiny little window. Pop out chat. Can I make the text like really big? Sort of. Oh. Oh, wow, it's really, really big. For some reason, taking out one of these connectors is being really, really difficult. There we go. I've got to be a little bit careful because this is the very first version of the Prusa. There are some things which are very slightly different, I think, to some of the newer versions. Probably would have been a good idea to check where all the cables are going. Memory will be fine. Okay, so that's all the cables just removed. I think we're just going to shut this up now. Put this in here, just so we don't knock that while we're working. Right. So we'll continue cutting zip ties and such. 3 on the top there. I mean, we're going to have to cut all of them, aren't we? So 2 on the bottom here. I do want to be careful that I don't damage anything in the process of doing this, because that would be rather frustrating. This fabric cover stuff is so much better than the spiral wrap they used to use. Very easy to put on and take off, which is nice. I don't have anywhere to put things. Let's put them back there and forget about them, or try not to forget about them. So the nylon filament, that's it to remove. Cut the zip ties, securing the extruder cables on the cable guide, and remove the cable wrapping. Unscrew and remove the cable guide. Is this thing? I think that's this thing. Be careful not to cut the cables while cutting the zip ties. I mean, yeah. Hopefully that would go without saying, but you know, obviously always worth putting in there, just in case. Let's put... Of course, warm in here today. It's been very hot in the... Well, I'm going to say that and everyone's like, it's going to be 40 degrees in their country, but for UK weather, it's been very hot recently. Disassembly. Remove the screws holding the Z tops in place. Z top... without graphical things, I'm not totally sure exactly what's being referred to, but I think it's that. Oh no, the Z tops. That's not that. That's these. Of course, I was just going for extruder, but it's not. It's the whole axis. Sort of incredibly warm. I might have to try and increase some airflow in a minute. You're on time. I've not done anything. I don't think I've done anything wrong yet, so we're really moving. I've done like 6 screws as well. To be fair, all I've got to do is remove screws at the moment. Hopefully, that would be quite difficult to do wrong. Disassembly. Pull the Z-tops off, remove the screws securing the trapezoidal nuts to each X end, and spin those nuts to the top of the lead screws and remove them. They will be reused. I mean, I've got these modded bottoms, so I could probably do it an easier way, but I'm going to do it the way the instructions tell me to do it. Oh, this is not easy. I'm going to leave that hanging for a minute while I do the other one. Where are the... Oh, yeah, I don't have any gummy bears. I do have jelly babies. It's not quite the same. And I've just eaten a mint, so I don't really want to eat more jelly babies, to be honest. I'm doing these while everything's assembled. Not super... Oh, there we go, that's that one off, I think. Oh, come on, man. There we go. Doodly-doo. Hang on. I'm going to open a window because I'm baking hot. That'll help. And I'm going to get a piece of towel to sort out the grease. I feel like I'm on a leash. Is this chat at the bottom? Chat's clearly... This thing's so messed up. Okay. I can't really zoom in on chat because it cuts off the bottom of the window, which is not particularly useful. A piece of paper towel or kitchen towel, you know the thing. You're just trying to be difficult. It did say take these off, didn't it? Remove the screws, hold the X end motor, pull the rods out the X end. Oh, what? Remove the screws securing the trapezoidal nuts. Spin them off. They will be reused. Of course. Yeah, those are going to be reused. That is not going to be reused. That is not going to be reused. I should put somewhere the parts that are not going to be reused. 3/4 towel. 5 out of 7, perfect score. Remove the screws securing the trapezoid. Lift the X ends off the Z-axis rods by lifting both the motor and idler mounts evenly. Wish me luck. Oh. Yeah, can't do that. Also, this motor wire is going to be in the way. I think we need to remove this motor first. Do we? Get that out of the way. Hello. Yeah. No, don't like that. This motor mount, I think we're going to have to maybe try and feed through a little bit more wire if possible. Hookery tokery. That's not going to pull through, is it? Yes, it is a little bit. Good. Cool. Hopefully that's now enough length. Boom. I think I did that right. Cable on the back. Yeah, that's sorted. That's sorted. Bibbidi bobbidi boom. Remove the 3 screws holding the X end motor. I feel like that could have been done first. Yeah. Mine is actually slightly different. I think this is obviously a different mod that I used when doing some modifications previously. Very similar. It's just like a very slightly more rigid version of the original. So that's that out of the way. Remove the screws through the pull the rods out of the X end motor and idler mounts, taking care not to bend or twist the rods. I reckon this is probably going to be a hammer job, but we'll find out in just a second. Ooh, we're out. That was a tight fit. You'll be pleased to know I'm a little bit cooler now. I've probably got to get all the bearings out of here unless I've got new ones. Hadn't considered that part of the job. Thank you for subscribing. I can't read your mic. McKenna. Woo! Pull the rods out of the X end. Disassembly. Cut the zip ties holding the extruder. Oh, that came out really easily. Let's put these back here where they can get dirty sitting in the dust. I'm going to just go ahead and do this. I might have to do something different to the instructions here anyway, on the basis that mine might be a bit different. I still can't see where it was squeaking. Cut the zip ties from the extruder assembly to the linear bearings. That's these. Bibbidi bobbidi. There's only 2. Carefully pull the wires through the X end. I'm not sure if I'm following the right instructions now, to be honest. I'm just going for it. We seem to have dropped from like 90 viewers down to 55 already. I wonder how many of those people... I can't get these... How do you supposed to... This is obviously a Prusa design, but... How do I get the connectors back through this hole? Oh, there we go. Small one first. This is a small one. No, that's a big... No, that's not going to go. There we go. No, that one won't go yet. That one's the same size. One, that one, and that one. Excellent. Cool, that's that piece out of the way, don't need that, might need to look at that in a minute. Ooh, what a mess. Get these over here. So I think these bearings are maybe a little bit worn out, so I'm going to replace these. I've got some new ones. Let's just right, so this is a Kevlar lined belt that E3D used to sell. It was like, I think they called it like E3D Pro belts or something, but they don't sell them anymore. So I think they might sell a different belt. No, they sell Gates belts now, I think, don't they? They import them and sell those. So that belt's going away. What were the instructions? No idea. Tear down the entire extruder. Cool. I'm just going to remove things until everything's gone. So we're going to have to be really careful with this little sensor. Don't forget to leave a like, by the way, on the video if you like it. Or subscribe if you haven't subscribed. All those fun things while you're sitting there watching. Cool, that's that done. I'm just going to take stuff off. I don't think the order really matters. So that's the pinda sensor mount that broke. So that was a little piece of paper jammed in there. I'm sure that solution wouldn't have lasted very long. So this needed to happen. I could still kind of use it. I printed some of these parts with it. Or did I in the end? Maybe I didn't. But ultimately, it was broken and needed repair. Ooh, parts just falling out all over the place. I'm not really moving cameras or anything today. Is everything still visible? It looks like it sort of is. Maybe could probably be closer, but... Oh, one thing, Greg, as a bit of feedback, while putting the bomb together, I noticed there's a requirement for lots of M3x14 screws. I wondered how, I mean, well, I'll probably notice during the assembly, but M3x14 don't seem to be very common. I wondered if they could be like M3x12, I think is more common, or by 15 or 16, I think is more common. I'm not sure. I ended up cutting down some M3x18s to make the M3x14s. So I'll probably be watching out for where they go, just to see if we can maybe use like 12mm screws or something instead. That's not very easy to get to, is it? That's going to need a different screw. So that's the fan. That's going to go there. That goes down here. Let's take out these screws. Blimey, that goes a long way. I need to do this one first. Well, that's just come off. Excellent. Spring, very long screw. Okay. Does make sense, I suppose. Ooh, that's looking a bit rusty. My Bondtech gears have got a bit rusty. Very rusty. It's probably my fault. Probably should have had some oil on them. But I'd say they've seen better days. That's not great. I wonder if I can... just got a brush. Don't feel like this is going to do a lot. It's really like stuck in the teeth. Okay, I think we got a lot of the rust off. I might try and find some oil I can put on that. Where can we unscrew next here? Okay, we're getting that out. Oh, that's quite a good idea for cleaning them. The problem is, I'm just noticing Kevin's comment here. Because I need to be able to really brush this way along it, I don't think having it on a drill is going to help too much. I was only doing it this way so I could get a little bit of rotation while scraping across it. It's also now kind of got a brass deposit on the top on the top. So that's that out. Still OG brown fan, still going strong. Stuff all over the place now. I don't think any of this is too delicate, so we should be okay. Screw. Can't even get that out of there. What you do tend to get is a lot of this deposit. I don't know. This like white misty stuff. I think it's from when you basically burn some plastique on the nozzle. It all goes a little bit melty and a little bit burny and makes a nice little misty, cloudy of horrible, nasty, smoky stuff. Right. My watch is just dying. Okay, don't need that. Greg, I need to pull the bearings out of these, don't I? There's not a separate... I don't know why I'm even asking that. I know this. I haven't got any others. So I'm going to be taking those out. Come on. War paint. Special Prusa war paint. No, it happens on every printer, but I think it's just more noticeable on the Prusa more than anything else because their shroud is nice and close around the hot end and stuff, so it just seems to capture a little bit easier. Apologies if I'm missing any comments. I'm semi-conscious there's quite a lot to do on this. Right, let's try and clean. Okay. I don't need that. That's going away. Do need that. Need the bearings out. Let's get the bearings out. Where's the little thing with the thing? So I'm just going to use this kind of metallic pry tool thing out of the iFixit kit. Other Fix-It miscellaneous kits are available. I feel like I should be sponsored by iFixit. I always use their tools. Oh my god. I might end up breaking the parts to get these out because these were also printed really rigid. I seem to remember. I'm probably going to hurt myself doing this. Was there like a... Oh, well that's that one out. I think there might have been a... Yeah, there's a flange on one end. They were never coming out the opposite direction. Cool. I think for bearings on the Z, they're going to take so much longer to wear down because for like a whole print, they move that direction plus any retracts, whereas X and Y are obviously constantly moving much further. So don't think there's really any signs of wear on the Z-axis bearings yet. Oh, and look, lots of nice fluff caught up in here. I want a macro camera to be able to just put this. Yeah, that's just from where airflow goes through, captures all the stuff. Ugh. Nasty. It's not focusing, is it? Come on, please. Okay, never mind. Probably need these magnets out of here, so let's get those out. How similar is the... I did the BearExxa for my Prusa clone as well, actually. So I'm guessing it should feel quite familiar once I'm going to lose these magnets if I'm not careful. Oh, good luck getting this out. Holy bejeebus. Chances of me breaking a magnet trying to get it out. Oh. can't even get the blooming things on it. Oh, cool. Ah, magnets, you gotta love them. Right, cool. They're going to go on those bearings. So that's... all this stuff is again the Prusa design, but the upgraded Mark III's version rather than the original Mark III. This was a Mark III when I bought it, many years ago. It's amazing how this stands up to printers that are being released now, whereas this printer was delivered to me end of 2018? No, end of 20... Damn. When was the Mark III released? I got it in like November. I think it was endish of November, start of December one year. You might be able to, can someone go back on my live streams and remind me when it was released? Because then we'll all know how old it is. Because I can't remember. I just lost track of time. Especially during this whole like pandemic malarkey. Okay. I think this can probably just stay as this. I think we need to change this tube. There's a tube in the top, but other than that, So that can go, that's going. And we need the Bond Doobly Tech out of here. This is not going to be very easy either. Let's use something like this to go here, like this, and hopefully. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Cool. So if we pull this out, well, that's quite interesting. Those bearings don't sit very snug against this. So I've just pulled this out in this, oh yeah. See if I can do it if I stand up. What's the chances of this being able to focus? I have no idea if you can see, but you might be able to see. That side you can see it's kind of consistent all the way along. Whereas that side there's definitely wear here and here where those bearings have got on it. So you can see the bearings are going to be rolling just on this surface and not that surface. I mean, I'm sure there's basically no difference there in terms of play, but it just means that this is not. Normally with bearings you get fairly consistent wear all the way around, I thought, because of preload. Maybe I'm just wrong. It's highly possible. These also look really dry. Right, we're going to get some lube. They are dry. They're very dry. Okay, before those are going on, they're definitely getting. Don't need that now. Right, now we've got a really big mess to sort out. Looks like we're on the assembly stage though, right? I think we've made enough of a mess to convince ourselves we're on the assembly stage. PTFE tube is this bit, right? I mean, I know it's a PTFE tube, but there's not a second one. This is the only one. We'll probably make a new one anyway. Congratulations, you have finished the step and are ready to start with the assembly. On to the X-axis assembly. Right. Now things start to get interesting. I might just go wash my hands because I've cut myself and I got grease all over them. So I shall be back in about 30 seconds. I'm just going to wash my hands very quickly. Right. Also, for anyone that's not used or seen a bear before, I don't mean like an actual bear. I mean like a bear printer. There's a little logo that I put on the thumbnail. It's so adorable. This little bear on the top, and that sits right on the top of the extruder. Always reminding you every time you load filament that it's a little bear. Anyway, let's carry on. Right, this. I wish I could show you how much it weighs in comparison. To be fair, this is fairly dense already because this is built thicker, but compared to the original one, the original ones are so lightweight. I might still have it actually over there. But these are looking pretty swish. Oh, so we need that bit. We need this bit. And of course I've got Prusa Orange because they sell loads of PPE. This just looks like it's got UV damage. Anyway, and this. Excellent, that's those three. a bit of sloppy Z there. I might try and sort that out. Yeah, it looks like I've had a bit of a bridging problem in there, but I think it'll be okay. If not, we shall deal with it as we go. Right. Cool. X end idler, that's this idler end. Insert M3 by 18 screw in one end. And clamp holes, this screw helps insert the hex nut. Using tweezers, hold an M3 hex nut so it can be threaded into the Mark 3 by 18 socket head screw. Tighten that screw until it's firmly seated. Remove the M3 by 18 and repeat on the other hole. So we're using a longer screw just to pull all the nuts in. This makes sense. So there was, of course, a bill of materials. So I've counted out all the little screws that I need. I mean, we have all of these as well. I don't know if we need all of those and all of these. We shall find out as we go. I need those in a little tray. Ta-da! Little tray. I can highly recommend getting little magnetic trays like this. I know with stainless steel screws it's kind of pointless, but whenever you have steel screws, a little tray to put everything in makes your life a whole lot easier. Cool. So very simply push that on there. Push it. I'm going to push it a little bit into the hole and then just tighten it in. Don't even need to use tweezers, to be honest. I can quite happily do that just by hand. And I quite like that it's not nylock nuts, actually. Nylock nuts will start to get a bit of a pain, just because they require so much, not so much, it's not unbelievable, but because they require more torque. Oh, this one is a bit more difficult. Because they require more torque, if you end up assembling for hours having to push through nylocks, it becomes a bit of a bugbear. Different type of bear, that one. So there we go, that's the M3 by 18 screwing. Okay, bearings. Oh, I haven't taken the other bearings out of this. Right. Hopefully they'll come out nice and easily. Of course they don't. No, that's not too bad. Come on, thank you. Cool, don't need that. So I believe I really probably should have cleaned out the inside. I've got a little bit of, it's only tiny, but I don't want it to get stuck in the bearings. It's just like wispy bits from printing. I think it'll be okay. Ooh, nice. Oh, I probably need to do the aligny thing. Insert the LM8UU into the X end either until it hits the internal stop. Will have to be inserted so that the rows of the ball bearings are at 45 degrees. About there. Insert the LM8UU linear bearing onto the X end idler until it hits the internal stop. Cool. Done and done. Ooh, nice. Is that using? Yeah, cool. And then temporarily insert a smooth rod through the LM8UU linear bearing. Interesting. Where my rod's gone. That doesn't sound particularly great. Alternatively engaged. N3 by 10 socket head screws in the hex nuts, but do not tighten them at this time. I'm just going to use ones from over here. Oh, don't over tighten, they're like loose. Alternatively, tighten the N3 screws to secure the linear bearings. Slide the smooth rods back and forward while tightening. Engage two. Alternatively, tighten the two N3 by 10 clamp screws to secure the linear bearings. So, don't over tighten the clamp screws. They need to be just tight enough to keep the bearings from moving. Repeat the three. Okay, so it's like don't tighten them, but do tighten them. That's causing it to twist. I think there needs to be a lot more. I mean, because there's access to these from the outside, I could actually leave them until it's assembled. Let's not do it too much while there's no lubrication. So I think they'll need tightening, but that's good for now. Now I think it's just repeato on the other side. Repeat the three previous steps on the X end motor. Use two M2 by 12 screws to attach. Oh, that's yeah, of course. For the Mark 2.5, there's a little end stop on the bottom, but not for this version. Okie dokie. What did I do? Something about this and this. Oh, I need it. Seems we've been going a little while now. Let's just do a quick update for anyone that's joined since, as I see there are a few questions. So today what we're doing is the Prusa Bear upgrade / mod, mostly focusing on calling it a mod, not an upgrade, because I don't know if it's better. And specifically, we're doing the what's known as the BearExxa, which is the X-axis and extruder upgrade. The reason for doing it is that while printing a lot of PPE, well, not necessarily a maintenance issue, I did manage to break the clamp that holds the pinda probe. So I was going to have to do a bunch of maintenance anyway. Well, I was going to have to do a lot of disassembly in order to fix that problem. So I felt at the time, why not just do something different? Like, it's not necessarily better, but it will be a bit more fun, it'll be a bit more interesting. We can have a nice little casual live stream about it. So that's what we're doing. And of course, Greg kindly has got some time, well, he's kindly spending some time in the chat. So if you have any questions, he is the designer of this upgrade. mod. So, so you're welcome to ask him whilst he's around. We don't know that he's going to be here all the time, so best get your questions in while he is here. Do not over tighten. Okay, I think we're done here. We've done this side now. Again, not tight. I'm probably going to forget to tighten those, so somebody remind me. Smooth rods. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. So, shove them in the doobly-doo. Shove that one in there. Oh, I hope these fit. Ooh, they're really tight. That's not all the way through yet. Ooh, man. It's a bit tight. I think it's tolerances of the printer that made the parts. Ah, blimey. Thanks, Greg, for the tip. I'm guessing by this you meant 8mm drill. Hammer time, no. Do. We're gonna drill bit time. Don't think there's a song for drill bit time. Ooh. I want to be a little bit careful, but not too careful. I think I might have made a bit of a mess of that. Okay, we're in now. There's a little indicator hole in the top here, which you can see on the instructions. So you know that when you're all the way through that, then you're fully inserted. Oh, nice. I actually haven't been watching Indiana Jones. I guess it's just something that's always stuck in my head. Those are in, that's in. Check the holes, slide the two, ensure they're smooth. You can check in the little windows. Excellent. Insert 2 LM8UU linear bearings on the top smooth rod and one onto the bottom. So I've got some new bearings from the Prusa. I'm not going to clean out all the oil that's already on them. I'm just going to be using them as they are. What I do have also in my little box of extra things is some magical Prusa grease. It looks basically identical to the stuff I already use anyway. So a blob of that is going in there. Just trying to get it into the grooves as much as I can. It's probably not going to make a whole lot of difference, but hopefully it'll help just a tad. Yeah, it's not just the machine oil. I'm just not going to clean out what's currently there. Checking I'm getting these two on the right place and one on the other. Should have put some gloves on for this. Never mind. Not sure this is actually making much difference, to be honest, because there's nothing to force it into the grooves. It's just kind of being slid around a lot. Well, hopefully be better than nothing. I just don't think it's perfect, but it's what we've got. Did you print these parts on the Prusa by any chance? Yeah, Prusa. Well, the Mini I printed them on. The Prusa Mini. Because at the time, one of my Ender 3s was broken, my extrudinator was mid-upgrade, this printer had obviously just broken. I wasn't... what was going on with the artillery? I think I was using that for PPE, and my other Ender 3 was also being used for PPE. So of the many printers I have, they were either all mid-upgrade, broken, or busy. So the Prusa Mini got the job, but it's pretty ideal for the job, to be honest. It's super reliable. Why did you do a rhyming review for the Prusa Mini? Because I wanted to. Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. It's the right question. I know a lot of people kind of wanted just a proper review, but that is basically, so that's the third Prusa Mini review I think that I made. Of course, I only ever published one. The first one was like an hour and a half long, and I think it was going to be so boring that nobody would ever watch it. And it also felt a little bit just negative Nancy for no real good reason. Like, it's a really good printer, but when there's so many features you can talk about, it always sounds like you're just saying everything's rubbish, which is just not true at all. So I tried to do something that was a little bit fun, and by doing a rhyme, it forced me to reduce the amount of words I would normally use. So I don't take like 20 minutes describing something being good. I can try and do it in slightly fewer words. Those bearings are like maracas. Does that answer the question about the rhyming review? I'm not sure if I'll do another one. It was really odd. A lot of people really, really liked it. Some people was like, that's the best video I've ever seen. And some people were like, just get rid of it, never want to see that again. So it's like, YouTube comments are never just decisive on what people want to see. But it was kind of short, so YouTube doesn't really like it. Didn't really get recommended that much. It's done reasonably good, but maybe not as good as it probably could have done if I just did a proper review. But it's what I wanted to do. Maybe I'll do a longer commentary. Maybe I'll do a live stream that's just talking about Prusa Mini, and then you can have the 1.5 hour. Oh, that's not in yet. Then you can have the full 1.5 hour video, basically. But for now, Yeah. I wish the bearings, the tops were allowed you to push this down so it would level itself. I feel like it's impossible to get these level. Oh, motors. Let's use some motors. Calibrated motors, obviously. No, I'm not sure this is doing what I want it to do. No, everything's too wobbly. That's kind of straight, but... It's funny, a lot of people, I mean, I said in the video that it took me 6 months to make, and that was mostly just because I was using this for a long time. The rhymes, I actually didn't find that difficult, strangely. I think because I spend a lot of time writing for making reviews and stuff, and writing a lot of notes and sometimes entire scripts. Despite not particularly being a writer as such, I do get a lot of practice at writing. Anyway, focus, Adam. Let's carry on with this. It does actually say there, if it's too hard, use an 8mm drill bit and hand drill the first centimetre. Okay, well, I used a drill, and I did the whole depth. But, apart from that, we did it. Don't drill the hole up to the end. Oh. Why not drill the hole up to the end? For me, it's still really tight. I guess, obviously, the reason not to be was because you'd want it to be tight, but it is, so I think we're okay. X-end motor. The two GT 16 teeth pulley teeth are not visible on the images. Position the 2 GT 16 teeth pulley so that approximately 3.5 to 4 millimeters of the motor shaft protrudes. Ensure the pulley is not touching the motor. So this one. Ooh, so it's like the opposite way round to the... Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba. I've got Indiana Jones in my head. How on earth have I managed that? I literally do not know when I last watched that film. I think it's because I go da 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 da. Need the right. That's the right. I've lost my screwdriver. Here it is, and I really want to put that in there. I don't think I tried to be like other channels. Are you saying well done for making the rhyme review, or the opposite? Because, like, I don't think anybody else would do a rhyming review, which is kind of why I did it, because I knew nobody else would. Like, so, yeah, I don't know. How precise are we looking to be here? Probably not as precise as I'm being. Oh, I'm spot on anyway. 4 mil. Oh, and then I've moved it. What a fool. .8, that's like midway. That'll be fine, I think. So I feel like I've really slowed down. I'm thinking about Prusa Mini and I don't want to be. Protrudes. Ensure the pulley is not touching the motor. Align one of the set screws on the flat side. Yep, did that. Attach the X-axis motor with the three M3x18 screws. Don't tighten these fully yet. Note the orientation of the wires. Orientation of wires. Load down. M3 by 18 screws. I feel like the bomb is a bit excessive because there's like all of these screws here and I've got all of these ones as well. I feel like I'm not going to need a lot of the extra ones. That's 20, not 18. Oh, I guess this is more than original Prusa. I don't know. So confused. That's going to go out the way for a moment. Align one of the screws, attach the XZ motor. Okie dokie. So we're doing this while it's all still attached to the printer. Nope. Yeah, it doesn't move, but they're not tight. This hole seems quite tight tolerance. There are 5 revisions of Mark III as extruded and screws are different between them. I did a table past the list with screws depending on the version, but it was becoming too messy. Oh, I see. Yeah, that would be a bit complex, wouldn't it? Yeah, you're a bit stuck there, aren't you, with getting, no matter what you put, you'd always be wrong. So yeah, I guess putting everything. I think we're onto this now. X idler. Insert the idler into the X end tensioner here. Press the dowel pin through the X end idler tensioner and idler bearing. So this is the DIY cut from M3 screw dowel pin, which I should find in here. So here's one I made earlier. I literally just took a long screw like this and cut the threads off, cut the head off, and while making those cuts I measured it at about 16 millimeters, so I had a little bit extra, and then filed it down so it's now, I'm pretty sure I did this okay, 15.6365-ish. I mean, it's not perfectly flat on the end, so it's a bit of wiggle room. But I think that's between the 15.5 and 15.8. So I think I did all right there. So idler pulley, drop that in there. That should be okay. I'm really worried about doing this and breaking something. I didn't print a spare of one of these. I probably should have done. We're getting that. Carefully does it. Oh, we get nearly through. Basically perfect. We need something really flat we can press against. This will do. Oh, I wish this was a little bit longer. No. Ooh, it sticks out a tiny little bit. I want to push it in, but it's become really tough to do that. Oh, I think that's just about, yes, that's flush now. Cool, so we've got an idler, and that will go in there. Let's check that we've got everything in first. No. Insert 2 M3 nylock nuts in the top and the bottom. So these want to point nylock side that way. Ooh, that's a tight fit. Ooh, that's a very tight fit. Well, I might do. I think my print's a little bit off here. I wonder if these are different standard nuts. This is very tight. Yeah, mine at 5.42, but this is 5.2. Oh, that's the wrong way around. Don't put them in the wrong way around. Yeah, so this needs to be wider. I'm guessing this is just my print tolerance. No, that's not straight. Ooh, we're really close. Okay, it's in, but that was tight as... What's this side like? Even worse. 5.14. Greg, what is the CAD dimension of these the width of these holes? Be interesting to know how far off my print is. If you wouldn't mind checking, that would be brilliant. No. I think we might have it this time. It's not quite straight. Nope. Well, this is taking a little bit longer than planned on this bit. 5.456. I think your tolerances might be a little tight on there then. But I suppose mine are coming out of 5.1 on a 5.45 hole. It's not ideal, is it? Come on. Yep, it's straight. Ah, bastard. Excuse my French. Do not understand why it's not going in now. My watch keeps vibrating, it's really irritating. Okay. We're getting there. Nearly in my... I think it's on Discord or something. Okay. Whew. They're in. I think we can get a screw in those holes. Oh, no, we can't get a screw in either. What the actual... This is actually getting ridiculous. Apologies. Right. So we've got this little assembly now, should fit in here nice and tidily. 2 M3 by 18 screws, so let's make sure we're getting the right length. That's 20. That's 20. That's 20. I think there's some 18s over here. 18? Yes, another 18. Got it. Right. So this little assembly, oh, okay, we're attached to the printer now, so that slips in the end there. Probably don't need to push it all the way in. Where does it say to put it? Insert the tensioner, secure it with 2 M3 by 18 screws. Don't tighten the screws, only engage them. Okay, well that's about where we are. We're not tight at all. Cool. Trapezoidal nuts. I feel like we should do trapezoidal nuts and these things before putting this motor on, because that way it's not constrained to the printer. Trapezoidal nut. Oh, we need some other things before we go straight away with those, don't we? Insert the 2 M3 hex nuts in the dedicated pockets of the X end idler. Would it be better if I make the instructions a little bit narrower and then we make this a little bit bigger? How do we feel about that? Oh, we've got even more space. So much room for activities. Cool. So, hex nuts. Don't think there were any. There's one here, so we'll use that one. And we'll get on with some of these. So into 2 M3 hex nuts in the dedicated pockets of the X end idler. Ooh. Greg, do you think we could do these? I'm just live feedback now, but if you could probably do these like first, can you? Because they're quite difficult to get in, probably. They're a bit constrained. Oh, come! Please don't be. That's one in. Okay, I think we need a little bit of cool. We're in. Nice. So hex nuts. So it's M3 by 18 screws. So we'll get this bad boy. Stick that over there. M3 by 18s. Let's see if we can find 2 more. Oh, you mean like a tolerance fit test, so you could check what was going to work and what was not going to work. So it has all like the difficult features all in one thing. Oh, why can't this even go in the hole? Come on, please. If you ask nicely, I go in. What am I doing? Come on, man. Yep, I'm going to have to drill this one again. That's probably not ideal, I know, but I cannot get the screw in without doing that, so. Okay, I think we're there. Am I doing the opposite side of the instruction? Oh yeah. Hey, don't point out my mistakes. Do as I say, not as I do. Look, I'm doing the other side now, it's fine. Maybe I was right, the instructions were wrong. Oh dear. Nice. That's 18. For reference, I know no one will know if I'm telling the truth or not, but as a result of opening the window, because there's a fish and chip shop nearby, my entire room now smells of fish and chips. So what's the instructions on tightening? Note the orientation of the trapezoidal nut. So that just means like the pointy bit down. Insert a nut in the top. Use 2 screws to tighten the trapezoidal nut in place. Do not over tighten the screws. Okay, I'll just leave them relatively loosey-goosey for now. Can't really move anyway, because the tolerances I think on my Mini are not particularly fantastic actually. It's barely got any movement at all. Oh no, that's okay. It was a bit tight, okay. Trapezoidal nut. So there you go, I've already done that one now. Boom. Assembling X-axis on Z-axis. Can be applied to the normal frame. Bit upgrade frame only. Remove the Z end caps. Okay. Remove the Z tops and hold the Z smooth rods. Carefully slide the X-axis assembly on the Z axis. Rotate both lead screws to engage the X-axis with the trapezoidal nuts. Something like it is. Like it is. Come on, go in the hole. Come on. Come on. Okie dokie. Like that. Continue to move the x-axis assembly downwards until you reach the middle of the z-axis, keeping the x as level as possible. That's about the middle. There you go. It's even more the middle now. Cool. That's down. Assembling X on Z. The tops. Cool. I'm not sure the tolerance on my top pieces is particularly fantastic actually as well. But let's not worry too much about these things. There seems to be some screws missing now. A couple of these. So that's going to go on here. That should press into that. That should go into here. Oh, by the way, for anyone watching at the moment, don't forget to like if you haven't already, if you're enjoying it, and subscribe for some more printing related things. At the moment I'm working on the main focus of the channel at the moment is the whole FormBot upgrade build. So basically taking all the poor safety and print issues with that printer and fixing them all one by one with new parts and all sorts. So it's quite in depth. It's coming along quite nicely in terms of the series. We've just done a firmware with the Big Tree Tech GTR. So it's kind of just a generic Marlin tutorial for getting started. Next week's going to be some more Marlin and then some more Marlin. So we're going to run through that a little bit progressively. I did hear a beeply beep, but I missed it and I don't know how to check what it was. So thank you for whoever did the beeply beep. Very much appreciated. Cool. Next chapter. You finished this chapter. Time for the extruder. 9:10. When did we start? 7:30. And I don't even have an extruder yet. How to insert nuts. There's a lot of parts still to go. This piece. Thing is, I feel like I could probably do it without reading the instructions, but I want to follow the instructions. This piece, the door piece, and the other little wibbly wobbly piece. I think we want this one. Oh, and this piece. Which piece do we want? Do we want the shiny one that matches the rest of the print, or the nice matte carbon fibre PETG one, which looks a bit cooler but doesn't match the rest of the print? I shall let you decide. Leave in chat. I'm not going to count anything, there's no poll, but the little clip, I'm going to forget that, and I don't think I need it because I've got one. And the duct cool. X carriage parts. Is this just supposed to be checking? Because I don't feel like I need these all out of the box right this second. This and this. I've got all the parts. I don't need to. We'll get out what we need when we need it. Extruder motor. So I'm just going to get some oil quick. And we're going to put some on this. On the Bondtech gears, because they're all looking a little bit worse for wear. A little bit dry as a bone. Right. Where's the motor gone? Over here. So rotate the extruder motor so the wires face to the left. Rotate the shaft so that the flat side is facing up. Okay. I guess that's just so we can set it once it's all in place. What the hell? There's like a piece of brass. Oh, that's the brass brush from brushing it. The motor shaft should protrude from the pulley by approximately 1 millimetre. That's not many millimetres, is it? What about 1.00? That'll do. That's approximately 1 millimetre. Mount the Bondtech pulley on the extruder motor shaft so that the geared portion is furthest from the motor. Make sure that the set screw is in contact with the flat portion of the shaft. It is indeed. You go on. Oh, this is such a nice. I love how many like details there are in this part. Just like features and things everywhere. Oh, it's so nice. Looks like this whole thing is going to be quite tight. That's actually press fit on there. After all that, I didn't make sure that the gear points to the left. There we go. Secure the extruder motor to the body, M3 by 25 screws. So these are the long, mildly long screws. Yeah, all of my tolerances are going to be tight today by the looks of it. That's just going to be how things are. Oh, it's deliberately press fit. In which case, good job, because it's a press fit. It does look really, really snug. I like it. Look how snug it is. No breathing room in there. That's a good thing. Super, super nice. The motor shaft should protrude from the pulley by approximately 1 minute. Secure the set screw. Verify the orientation of the motor cables. Yep. Insert 3 M3 hex nuts. Insert 2 M3 nylock. Nylock doesn't have a K. See, this is me being fussy. Totally unnecessarily. Attention to detail. Insert 3 M3 hex nuts. They're going in. I'm guessing we can use a screw through these holes to pull them into place nicely. How deep do those go? I feel like I'm putting these too far. Might be a little bit aggressive on that one, but I think we'll be alright. One hour 47 minutes. Whoops, daisy. And then 2 nylock nuts in the other side. Oh, balls. I really hope there isn't going to be a crack moment. These parts have like, what's the spec, Greg? Is it like 4 perimeters and 30% infill? I think, isn't it? Something like that. So around where you've got the holes, obviously because the hole then generates the perimeter around it, you've got solid plastic all the way through where that hole is, so I don't think it's going to be much cracking going on. The only thing that might is that darn filament sensor position, because it's always in a dubious place. You can't do a lot about that. I am marring up the parts as I screw these things in though. Should probably stick a washer on here. I think the instructions actually suggest using a washer, I just didn't because I was lazy. For perimeters 20%. Right, if there's ever a good demonstration of why you should use a washer, one side kind of damaged from not using a washer, other side kind of the same forces but basically no damage at all. Just spreading the loads a bit helps it not get wrecked. And the turning force is obviously not on that phase now either. I'm going to just try and carefully make sure that this is still. Yeah, cool. Nice and flat now. X carriage assembly. Stick a little nut down in the little thing down here. That's quite delicate, isn't it? M3 square nut. Bosh. Perfect. absolutely perfect. Verify M3 by 25 screws are snug. Yep, definitely they were snug. Nice and snug. M3 square nut into the extruder body. M3 by 10 screw to attach the extruder body to the X carriage. That, there. This hole down here then, by the looks of it. M3 by 10 screw. Nice contrasting black orange. Very nice. Use an M3 by 40 screw with an M3 washer to attach the extruder body to the X carriage. So we'll use this washer that we already have, and a nice long M3 by 40. So these are the very longest screws. There's a dibbly-doo. Just subscribed. Thank you very much for subscribing. I wonder if presumably it won't just be people in the chat. It could just be anyone, anywhere on the channel. So they might not even know I'm saying thank you. Never mind. This. There we go. Nice. Solid. That ain't going anywhere. I did all this right. M3 by 40. Verify that the body are aligned. Use M3 by 10, M3 by 40 to adjust if necessary. Nope, they look aligned. I mean, yeah, all the features line up nicely. So, okay, this is the important bit to get right with magnets. So, see if I can do this without making a mess of it. Can't really do it showing you what's happening there. This. Don't drill the step of Jason. Oh, is that as in Jason from LDO? I'll be very careful not to drill the motor. Okay. Verify that the filament sensor lever and the filament sensor pocket on top don't have any strings and are printed well. Clean up if necessary. Yep, looks pretty good to me. Place the smaller magnet so it attracts the filament sensor lever. The small magnet should be on the left side of the lever. This way, that way, in there, like that, there, and that, and there, in there. Boom, perfect fit. Look at that. Ooh, nice. So it attracts the lever. The smaller magnet should be on the flat side of the lever. Remove the small magnet from the filament sensor lever and insert it with the same orientation into the extruder body. Do not insert the filament sensor lever yet. Oh. Cool. Ah, there's a ball thing, place thing. Where's it? Over here. Yeah, I feel like the "do not put it in" needs to be like a little bit further up. It's because I think maybe I did it because there's a picture here for putting the lever in. Maybe that there, yeah, that's putting the small magnet in, I suppose. I took that to mean put both of them in. Because there's no image for the ball here. It looks like you do that and put all of that in, but no. I mean, the fact that it's easy to get out means it's not really a problem. Stick the ball in there. And now can I put it in? Insert the steel ball in the dedicated pocket of the extruder body. Verify that the steel ball is rolling smoothly inside the pocket. Verification complete. You can use a flat screwdriver to keep the steel ball in its pocket when inserting the filament sensor lever. Test if the filament sensor lever is moving correctly with a piece of filament. So, ooh. Magnets, man. Goddamn magnets. There we go. Filament. Anybody got any filament? Anyone? Filament. Let's just get some filament out of the bin. Give this a quick test. Yep, that looks good to me. So, yeah. There we go. Back in the bin with you. What's you building here? Oh yeah, okay, so let's have another quick update for everyone who's joined since the last update. So today we're building the Prusa Bear upgrade, but not the full Bear upgrade. We're doing what's known as the Prusa Exxa, which is the X-axis and extruder upgrade. So you can see the X-axis now is actually mostly done, sort of mostly done, and we're working on the extruder right now. The reason we're doing this is during a lot of the kind of peak pandemic in the UK, I was printing a lot of PPE on this machine in PETG. Not that that's particularly relevant, the material, but anyway, I was using it a lot and I managed to damage the pinda mount, which is just a little clip which holds the pinda probe on. So since I was going to have to do a lot of disassembly and reassembly anyway, I thought I might as well do something different and interesting. I would call this a mod at this stage from my perspective, on the basis that I don't know that it's an upgrade. I haven't tested it, but it's interesting if nothing else. So there's that. If you have any questions, Greg, the designer of this upgrade, is in the chat, Greg Saunier. I don't know if I can pronounce his name right, but I'm assuming it's something like that. So he's in the chat and he'll be able to answer any questions if you have any about this upgrade. So yes, that's what we're doing. And we're moving pretty well now, I think. Carefully secure the sensor. Since when is the actual sensor magnetic? Gateway upgrade. Oh. Well, that's weird. I think they've used some weird imperial screw size because okay, I think it's tight enough, but it doesn't really fit that 1.5mm very well. It looks like a 1.7 hex. Anyway, cool. I think we're in there just fine. That looks all neat and tidy. That does not look quite right aligned though. That looks like it would align a little better. Let's have a little test with this. Yeah, so as long as we can get that plug in, I think that's all going to be fine. So that's good like that. Carefully, the IR sensor, empty by each screw. Adjust the IR sensor to make sure that it's parallel to the border of the pocket. Finish tightening the screw. It only needs to be tightened sufficiently to hold the sensor in place. Yes. Parallel. Well. If I make it parallel to the pocket, it doesn't seem to be parallel to the... this part doesn't seem to be quite parallel to that part. Maybe it is. Just my eyes. So that's all that in place. Filament sensor. Oh, we've got a video. Verify with the piece of filament. The filament sensor lever is working smoothly. Let's verify again. Boo, boo, boo. And like so. We're all good there. Can we pause this? It's paused. Filament sensor cover assembly. Install the screw. I forgot to actually check whether we were going to vote for the matte one or the shiny one. I'm going to go for the shiny one because I think it'll match everything else a little bit nicer, even though the matte one is particularly beautiful. If I'd accomplished a carbon fibre for the body, then I would have kept it, but I couldn't manage that. Print quality was not coming out as acceptable. N3x10 screw. Oh, could do with a screw head in here. I think that's tight enough. Yes, this is E3D V6. Oh, okay, it's got a lot further down to go. I thought I was already all the way in. Ah, there we go, nice and flush. Looking good. Extruder, idler. I forgot to put oil on that thing, didn't I? After all of that, I got the oil out and forgot to put it on. Oh man. How many screws have I got? No, man. You just can't win, can you? I need a little dabby thing. I don't think I have any suitable little dabbing things. Yeah, I need something softer really to be able to put. I can't really rotate it very easily now either. That was... I'll make sure I smother this one and then they'll just share it. That'll be fine. Lubricate the needle bearings with a dab of lithium-based grease. So lithium-based, are we going to go with this? Should we go with the Prusa slop? That sounds really rude. Just this one. Okay. And then, now we've got that together, I'm going to get some oil if I can on these gears. I hadn't even noticed. Yeah, well, let's just not take any of this audio out of context, eh? And then we're fine. Anyway, extruder idler prep. This is the bit that always gets me. This is the bit where I normally break it. Okay, let's make sure it's the right way around. I'm putting it in from this end, this lot, this way around. Yeah, again, I didn't print a second one of these, so if I do break it, that's going to be pretty much the end of the stream. Not supposed to be a washer or something in here, is there? No, let's just stick it in. Cool. Oh, that's on the piss. Oh no, please don't say I've broken it. Oh, it's nice and smooth. Cool. Nice. Let's get a bit more oil on it while we're just going out on the side. Got a little bit of wispy bits. Let's just take those out if we can. I've got really greasy hands again now. Extruder idler, so this is another M3x40 screw, right? M3x40, top left, top screw, protrudes just enough to place an M3 washer, do the washer, screw a bit more. Is there a washer on the other side as well? No. Oh, come on. It's really not my day for tolerances. Did I put it back over here? Have I lost it? Is this it? Sure. Let's use this one. Much better. This feels like it's a bit long. We have a problem. Oh, it's a washer, but still. Did forget a washer, but I think the screw might be a bit long for some reason. Let's have a go. Come on, come out. Right. Get you. Alright, we're in. I'd say that rotates relatively freely. I think that's probably fine. Prepare the PTFE tube. So this is where you need the PTFE tube thing. So I need a nice long knife, this little cutting jig, and a piece of tube. So I'm first going to cut the end off like this. In fact, I can do that in... if I cut... Now we've got a nice straight end. So now we do hole number 1, stick the blade in there, twist it around. Hole number 2, stick the blade in there, and twist it around some more. That's shaped the end how it's supposed to be. And then we use the number 3 hole to cut it to the perfect length. And then we simply push it out, and we have our nicely prepared piece of PTFE tube. Wonderful. What an excellent little jig. Bloomin' fantastic. I think I did that right. Yes, sorry, I've missed. Yeah, so there's one washer there, one washer here. Hot end wires are not visible. Okie dokie. Verify your PTFE tube is 50 millimeters long. It's 49.76, but I suppose that's going to be good enough. And then we need to stick it in the thing. Yes, a bit longer than that one. Pull that out there, push that in there, stick that in there, boom. Nice. Insert this into this, like this. Nice snug fit. After being so warm earlier, now that it's got later, it's quite cold. Excuse me. In fact, I've been talking quite a lot. Maybe I'm just getting dry throat. For anyone looking to do this themselves, you could probably do it quicker than I am if you have some experience building. Obviously dealing with the stream makes everything a little bit slower, thinking about like multiple things at the same time. But I think we've got the camera angles fairly good today. Hopefully everyone is seeing as much as they are hoping to. It's nice having the instructions on screen as well, eh? God, that little bit of preparation goes a long way. Who'd have thought? Right. This bit, M3 square nut, M3 hex nut, M3 hex nut. Square nut, top, Bosch. Oh, there's a... It's these orange pieces that seem to have worse tolerances. Oh man, come on. There we go. Cool, that's just about in there. To design the PTV coder, this could be a viable calibration print. Maybe add a hex something to check fits. Miss the end of those lines. Why is the chat window is wider than the actual screen, so hang on a minute, I'm going to have to shut this window, it's blowing a gale through. I'll be 30 seconds if that. So, what we got now? Hex nuts. Yeah, these are a little bit messy. What on earth is going on with this nut? There we go. Okay, insert one. So we've got the two M3 hex nuts done. And then two M3 by 40 screws and tighten them alternately to lock the hot end in place. So we're getting this and placing this right slap bang on top of here. And then screws through the top. Give it a little wiggle. And it's not going to go because there's rubbish in the hole. God damn it. Should have just drilled out all these holes beforehand. That was fine. Let's have another go. That on there. That on that there. Sounds pretty accurate for British weather. It's difficult to tell when doing these alternately which one's tighter. Okay, I think we're pretty even now. Nope, this one's way looser. Okay, I'm not sure if I did a very good job of doing them alternately though, but it's certainly on, and that's held in place. That's looking tip-top. Those two screws. Next, hot end fan assembly. So we need this to go up through here, over here, into here. Then we need our fan from here. Cool, that's those. The wires come out on the side, the fan should be oriented. Oh, is it slightly differently to the Prusa one? Carefully route the hot end fans in the channel of the X carriage. This surface should be touching the extruder body. Yep. The wires should come out from the side, and the fan should be oriented so that they point towards the rear of the extruder. Oh, so the fan wires don't... I'm not sure I'm doing this right. So with the original Prusa one, Greg's still here, I think, yeah. With the original Prusa one, the fan wire came up to the top and round the back, but it looks like on your instructions it is just going straight out the back. I'm guessing that's intentional. Or unless Prusa design, maybe the Prusa design is different now as well. Oh, they changed it. Okie dokie. Cool. We got that on there then. It's a bit of a dusty noctua fan. 4 screws. Follow the screw type according to your hot end fan. M3. So this is where I need my M3 B14s. If I can find... My eyes are not calibrated to 14mm length screws. Is this 14? This looks like it could be the 14. 14, 14, 14. One more. Excuse me. Can't see another 14. I definitely had 4, but now I only have... Oh, there it is. Yes. These could probably be like 10mm, couldn't they? Let's give it a go. I'd be happy putting 10mm screws in there. Still get like, oh no, maybe not. No, it's coming out of that one. So 10mm definitely not. Let's just go with the 14mm ones. We're sticking with 14. Just triggers me RSI doing tight screws with a little screwdriver. Should be using a electric screwdriver or something. Right. I'm just going to wash all this grease off my hands again. I know I've done it once already, but I've managed to got grease all over them again. I shall be back in literally 15 seconds. Right, let's carry on. So where are we at? Noctua fans on, 4 screws in. Turns out M14 was the best option. Open the extruder idler, insert a piece of 1. Get this filament back again. Should have just kept it from the first time. Insert a piece of 1.75. Center the filament on the drive teeth carefully using the Bondtech set screw. So I'm just loosening the little grub screw on the Bondtech gear, so I can slide it very slightly to match up with where the filament is. And once you get it in there, it does seem to kind of slightly self-align. So just tighten that down again. While I'm here, I can actually use that filament to rotate the gear and thus apply some oil. Cool. Center the bowl there, tighten the set screw, don't tighten too much as you will damage the thread. Remove the filament. This is a good time to put a dab of lithium-based grease on the gears. Make sure that you do not put any grease on the drive teeth. Okay, well I sort of put it everywhere. This thin oil, because it was going rusty everywhere, but hopefully it'll be okay. I think after a little while, anything on the teeth is going to get removed regardless anyway. So. How many more instructions have we got to go? Got quite a bit left to do still. Okay, it's flush. That's nice and easy. Slide an M3 washer on the M3 by 18 screw. Do the same. Attach the print fan using M3 by 18 screw. I think this is 18, right? This is 18. M3 washers. I feel like we must be close to the end of the instructions now. But we've got to do a... excuse me. There's a little firmware thing we've got to do as well. Going as quick as I can. It's already 10 o'clock, man. Can't win. Why do these things always take twice as long as I think they're going to? Pinda probe. This is the bit where we end up breaking something and have to start again. Let's really just hope not, eh? M3 square nut. That goes in the back there. M3 by 10 screw. Pinda probe. Where are you? There. Oh man, I've got so many chapters to go. If only I was quicker. Ooh, that's worked. Nice. Route the pinda wires as indicated. Oh, not like the old way. My pinda wires are kind of set in their ways now. Do you reckon it's a little... Is it going to be too short if I don't push it? Is there only one way to find out? I really hope we don't have to redo that. Shouldn't be too bad, just need to loosen the fan a bit I think and we'll be able to push it through and touch. Secure the wires with a zip tie, be sure to leave some slack. I'd probably use an old zip tie. Reusing zip ties like a pro. Bet you didn't know you could do that. There you go. That little piece of wire makes it look like they're both caught in the thing, but it's not. It's just this downside, isn't it? Route the printer wires as indicated. Route the print fan wire also as indicated. Everything is done as indicated. Secure the wires with a zip tie. Be sure to leave some slack. Excellent. This is the preferred example of how the pinda and print fan cable should be wired. Print fan shroud. Man, the print fan shroud was difficult to print. It took me a few attempts, and it's still not great, to be honest. But we do have a print shroud that hopefully will be just about good enough. And 3x10 screw. It's a bit rubbish, this print. I think if I'd printed this on a printer that was a bit more capable with high temperature filaments, it would have been fine, but as it is, it's struggled to complete this print well. Everything's just a big molten mess. Yeah, that's a good point. That probably would have helped me quite a bit. It was over temperature that was a problem rather than under. Yeah, it's all kind of warped up around the back, and yeah, it struggled. Okay, I think that's going to be okay. Sort of. It's on. If I have to print another one after, that's not the end of the world. Once we've got a printer together, obviously you don't need a fan to print things that don't need a fan, so. Cool. Next chapter, extruder and X-axis, 4 and 3 square nuts in the X carriage back. Just about gets in. Cool. And 3 square nuts. Shove slowly unscrew the screw until you can set the nut. Extruder attachment. Cool, so we're getting it on. Let's get this on here. That goes, so these ones go through in the middle, and the other two go below as before by the looks of it. Oh, everything's all tangled. Great. You lot go through there. You two down under here. It's really difficult to do from this angle where I can't really see anything. Man, why am I finding this difficult? There we go. With that. Okay, that's sort of on its own. Let's get some. Secure with 2 M3 by 10 screws in the top. Don't tighten them yet. Finish with 2 M3 by 18s, which is the top. This one here. Right, let's turn this printer around so we can see what's going on. Don't think we need this anymore. Overhead's probably going to be a bit useless now, I'm afraid, because yeah, it's the wrong angle. I'm not sure these are actually engaging. Okay, they are. It did say don't tighten yet, didn't it? And I've just mostly tightened them. They're not tight now. They're kind of tight. Clamp the extruder on top. Both linear bearings of the x-axis. Make sure all cables. The hot end cable should stay under the bottom. 2 and 3, don't tighten, don't tighten. Alternatively tighten the 4 screws while moving the extruder. Don't over tighten them. That seems pretty nice. Alan be in the future watching the stream as a video. Very clever, I see what you did there. Adjust the 2 idler screws so the X end idler tightener is flush. Perfect. I think a little bit more, feeling it with my fingers. Attach the belt. So we've got the new belt, let's not forget that. Slide one end of the 2GT belt into the right side of the X carriage. Premium belt. I bet my tolerance is going to make this impossible to fit. Oh no, it is, isn't it? I haven't even tried putting it in there and I know that this is going to be impossible. Really don't think this is going in. Screwdriver. Well, this is sort of like a screwdriver. Trouble is, it's nowhere, it's not even nearly in. It's not even halfway in and it's not going anymore. Bugger. Ooh, bumped my head on the camera. Yeah, that's... Well, that's slightly frustrating. I should have checked that the belt fitted before I even started. I've messed up there. Well, it looks like we might not be doing a first print after all, because we can't even get the sodding belt into the sodding thing. Or we just continue and know that it's not going to work. Greg, do you think it'd be, will it work? Like, will it run with the belt like that? Obviously it's not ideal and I'm not going to keep it that way, but do you think it will still be able to print, or is it going to get in the way of motion and cables and stuff? Doesn't want to go through the idler either. It's not going through the idler either. I think where I had a slight issue with the bridging, it's getting caught being on its way in. Yeah, slightly pants print quality is stopping it. Wow. Well, I guess we nearly made it. Does this... It's times like this where I want like a really small heating thing so I can like slightly enlarge around that area, but yeah, there's no way that's going to go in that belt. That's going to need another print. This belt is also way too long. Have we got it? Not sure that's going to have made much difference. No. Well, there's a lot of disassembly to do now and fixing that. Well, let's carry on without the belt. Screwdriver and blowtorch. I do want something hot just to like poke in there and widen the gap a bit. I can muddle around with this metal tool all I like, but I don't think it's going to widen that gap at all unless it's really hot. And that doesn't feel like it would be a particularly great idea. I mean, it's most of the way in actually on this side now, sort of. Only at the very edge. The bits in the middle are just, I can't, there's nowhere to obviously like pull it in, it has to be able to push in. What can I try? There's no way. I think the most I can get is like 3 teeth. I think it would fit, but I don't want to cut the belt to that length, do I? That's the thing. I do have some sandpaper. Let's give that a bash. It's quite rough, so it might not take very long. There's a piece in the top of this bin, so I'll use that. And it looks like just the perfect dimensions for me. Can't fit the sandpaper. Oh man. Whew. Right. Let's try this. That wouldn't even go as fast before. Right, I've got an idea. Old belt, wrong length. We'll use this, and then we can cut it short and just use the very tips for now. It'll probably be a bit rubbish, but it should get us working. The Kevlar on these things is so strong. What a surprise. Material designed to resist cutting, difficult to cut. Okay, it's a bit of a mess. It's not really in, but I think the plate on the top will clamp it down. Okie dokie. So, cable guide in 2 pieces. N3 by 40 screw. Yeah, this print quality is really bad as well. I thought they looked okay when I was kind of checking them, but seems like they're not really okay. Hold together, screw these on here, screw that into here. Oh, this is long. Ah, my hands. We're nearly there. Right, that's in. Whew. Gather the things and do the things. So put this on here, these on here, motor on here, fan on here, this on here, slip this over here. Two M3 by 10s and one M3 by 18. Just the hardcore people still watching now after that 20-minute disaster of making no progress. Apologies everyone for not testing these things first. M3.18. That doesn't seem to be getting any tighter. It's just into plastic, isn't it? Filament sensor cable. That's this little one here. So we're going to plug that in. Guide this wire down here, through this little gap. Slight elephant's foot on my parts, making it difficult to insert. It's not going into the bottom half quite as well. Got this little loop here, that's fine. Three meter nylon filament can also be a piece of 2.8 nylon textile sleeve. Insert the 3 mm nylon into the end of the cable guide block. Cool. Nylon should slide in at least 10 mm. If you have trouble inserting at the nylon filament end, may need to be tapered with a diagonal cut. Wrap a few centimeters of textile sleeve around all of the cables coming out of the X carriage back. Do not wrap the nylon or hot end cables. So we want this bunch. Where's my wrap gone? It is difficult to get this tight around these. It's kind of tightish. Oops, daisy. So that's come through here, here. Oh, come on. Oh, I've messed that up. Okay. Wrap a few centimeters textile sleeve around all of the cables. Do not wrap the nylon. Slide the textile wrap up to the X carriage and make it as tight as possible. Insert 2 zip ties through the bottom. Use them to secure the hot-end cables. Take care. Excellent. Get the extruded cable bundle, the 3mm nylon and the hot-end cables together. Continue to wrap the textile sleeve around all of the cables right up to the end. Excellent. That's what I was going to do. Oh, I almost got it in one. Right, so that's that all wrapped around here. Some more zip ties now on the top. It looks like I don't have enough, so I need to get some more zip ties. To be honest, I'm just going to not put all of them on because I'm going to have to tear them all off tomorrow probably anyway when I print some new parts. But you can see what you should do on the screen. I think my cable bundle is probably not as tight as it could be either. That probably would need to be a lot tighter because otherwise it's going to hit on either side, so that's not ideal. Should probably be tighter, but for now, I'm not going to bother because I have to tear the whole lot off anyway. Okay, so we would be here, but since I can't actually, should we try and do it like this? I know we've not even finished properly and we've not done a print. I feel like I need to provide what I promised, which was a print. So let's see if we can get a print. Wish I'd started this earlier. Wow, this is quite different to when I built mine. Still got this little orange thing. Come on. Excellent. Next. Fan 2. And then restore. Right, all the cables of mine seem to be way too long. I think it's because I think on the earlier version they hadn't really decided exactly what the cable lengths needed to be yet, so they just made them all really long. Okay, that's everything wired in. So let's go back to where we were. Adjustments and calibration. Ensure the hot end has cooled and place a sheet of paper on the hot end. Remove any other residue. Move it down. Move the stop the nozzle. Place the middle section of zip tie under the pinda. Loosen the screw. Move the pinda down. Tighten the M3 screw. So, time for some manual movement. Oh, it looks pretty sharp there, doesn't it? Oh, I've got a big splodge of filament on the end of the hot end. On the end of the blooming nozzle, that's no good. I'm going to have to turn it on to even achieve that. Guess I can just put it off. I think it's going to... Let's hope it's close enough. Got no middle sections of zip ties left. I've chucked them all in the bin. Here we go. So we need to loosen this off. Pull it up a little bit. Ooh. Carefully. That under there. Push it down. And retighten. Now I need a power cable. Hopefully no blue smoke. Oh, forgot to turn it off. We've gone straight on. Settings. Nope. Settings. Move. Oh. I hope I can get to step 7 before before my head explodes. It won't go anymore. Reset it so I can go up more. I can't go down. God, I've been using touchscreens and stuff so much that this just seems archaic. How do you get to home? I've totally forgotten how to use this printer. Settings, move axis, isn't it there normally? Oh, it's in calibration on this, isn't it? Ah, why does it feel like I've never used this printer before? Well, that's not good. Oh, I don't think I haven't plugged in the X motor. Still nothing. Well, that's not good. Why am I not getting anything? The X motor has died. No. That's odd. I've plugged... Ah, what an idiot! I've plugged the X-axis into the extruder and the extruder into the X. No wonder I could hear it. I could hear this motor spinning. Oh my days. Man, these connectors are hard to remove in this enclosure. Right, let's put the X-axis motor in the X-axis hole and the extruder axis motor in the extruder axis hole. I reckon that will really help the functionality just overall. Right. Let's try again. They're labelled on the connectors, but on the board I can't see anything. Because you can't see what's written on the board once you've got like 100 cables in there. And all the cables on my printer seem to be about 10 centimetres longer than they need to be, so it's just a rat's nest in there. There we go. I've not done any tension on this motor. It's a little bit sloppy. Now, I want to be really careful that this doesn't just randomly crash into the bed. Ooh. It's blooming close, tell you that much. But it did work. Give these a little bit of a tighten now as well. I should probably just follow the instructions. Loosen screws, make sure the trapezoid nuts are fully free, alternate between all 4 screws well. Oh. I'm not very good at doing as I'm told, I'm afraid. So 1 tightened, 2 tightened, 3 tightened, 4. Using the pulley screws a little. Yeah, and that needs to move a little. Nope, not with that. Thanks, Greg. You're making me feel much better about my terrible life choice here. Okay, I didn't grip it with pliers like the instructions tell me to. But I know this needs tensioning just a little bit. Let's do what it says. I reckon that's about right. That's surprisingly cool. What? Seems fine. Would I be able to see it? I think this is going to be... Was there screws in the end? I never put screws in the end. Was I supposed to have screws in the end? How essentially these screws? It seems like it's fine as it is. I might do those later when I redo the thing. For now it looks okay to me. I'm also not going to use the tuner. I know it's probably better, but I'm not going to do it right now. Too much faffing while I'm on stream as well. So I do have a cable for this firmware though, so hopefully we can do that. Hopefully this cable isn't too long because I've had issues. Oh, was that the step 7? Oh yeah, sorry. I will do it another time. I'm not going to do it right now. Sorry. If I had loads of time, I probably would, but it's already 11:15. And I've just spent the last like 3 days trying to get my sleep schedule back onto something that's relatively normal. So I didn't want this to go on quite so long. How long have we been going now? 3 hours 40 minutes. Blimey. I feel like I could have built an entire printer in that time. What we're doing? Firmware. For some reason this has not appeared. Okay, you won't be able to see that, it's on the other computer, but that's it's writing. So there's an alternative firmware, just changes the Z height slightly because the whole extruder assembly is slightly different length on the Bear than it is on the original Prusa. So to get the calibration values to write to EEPROM, you need a very slightly different firmware. You can then keep this firmware, I believe, but you can switch back to the original if you want to. Well, I'm glad you're joining us, Ewan. My sleep has been basically go to bed at like 2, half 2, get up at 10. It's like the opposite of what I wanted to do. But I tried going to bed. I tried getting up earlier and going to bed earlier. It's just constantly, and it just wouldn't work. Tried getting into bed at 10, still fell asleep at 2:30. Anyway, enough about my sleep schedule. This is just flashing the firmware. I'll probably keep it with this firmware. The belt I'll sort out with a new carriage next time. We should probably slice something as well. So, seeing as I promised to print, we ought to print something. It's going to have to do a calibration. I'm probably going to just use this chrome bed, so if it does mess up somehow where I've not been very careful, hopefully it will still be okay. I need to tighten the... Was there a... Greg, is there a step for tightening those motor ones? Because I seem to have got to the point where I would be printing, and I don't think it mentioned that. Unless I scrolled past it, I may well have scrolled past it. Okay, that's flashed. Prusa i3 Mark 3S Bear. Boom. Cooking with gas, right. Click the flash button, turn the printer off and then on. Run the self-test in calibration settings. Fingers crossed. So I'm going to change that to texture 1. Oh, sorry files. No, back. Hang on. Oh, it's not liking that SD card. What was I supposed to be doing? Self-test. Calibration. Belt test. No, not belt test. Self-test. Damn it. Let's just stop and start again. Let's have a drink. Can you see this? Not really. You can see a little bit from above. Sorry. I've ordered today the Camlink 4K, the Elgato capture thing. So hopefully I'll be able to use another camera, because if you have too many webcams, the whole computer's just like, nope, don't understand. Which is why I only use 2 cameras. So hopefully I'll be able to get my DSLR as another input, so we can have the Brio maybe as a close-up, and then the overhead and something else, so that should help. Calibration. Self-test, not belt test. Good news is everything looks like it's coming out. I like, Greg, how you've put this fan back to the vertical arrangement as opposed to the slanted arrangement. The slanted one always... The slanted one always looked like a bit of an afterthought. Well, I think because it was an afterthought. It was an update to the Prusa design, wasn't it? Okay, we've survived with the absolutely terrible belt arrangement. You can hear. Can you hear how squeaky this bed is? Did the camera just flicker then? Everything's just falling apart. Oh, it's working. It's working. It's working. It's working. Look how mangled the belt is. You probably can't see that. Sorry. I'm the worst at this streaming stuff. My angles, I just... After doing something, I think, oh, I should have changed the angle so you can see that. Was this little thing supposed to go in the top of here? Or do you not? I guess not. No. Right, well that's going. Let's find something to print. Prusa PTG. I can't see chat at the moment, just realised. Just joined. Man, we're going to be ending soonish probably. I'm not going to print the replacement parts now because then it'll be... I want it, because I'm not 100% on the build because I've rushed it on a stream. I mean, I didn't rush necessarily, it took forever, but because I wasn't necessarily concentrating, I always like to only run it while I'm watching until I've double checked everything. Gonna just find a quick print that we can do. I've forgotten how to use Prusa Slicer for some reason. The buttons are... Where's the buttons? Oh man. Oh. Probably should have been watching that calibration. Self-test OK. It's been a roller coaster. Is the bear part of the name based on Joe's addiction to gummy bears? Don't cross the streams. If we did play the how many things will go wrong drinking game, we'd be done. Yeah. It's been eventful. Right. I think I need to do more preparation. I always feel like everything's just going to be fine. I don't need to worry about it. If I did a bit more preparation, maybe checked a few more things, maybe did a kind of partial build beforehand and then undid it, I could have checked a few more things and we'd have less failures. But and now my SD card won't show up. Fantastic. Why will that not work? Okay. So we got a PETG Benchy at 60% scale. Oh. Should I have done any other calibration? First layer test probably. Oh, calibrate Z. Oh man, so much calibration to do. Yeah, the belt was the only real disaster. A couple of little niggles with some tolerances. I think whatever printed this, maybe it wasn't the mini, I'm not sure. That normally underdoes, but please clean the nozzle. Was it hot? No. How do you expect me to clean a cold nozzle? I can't clean a cold nozzle. Oh, it's clean-ish. It didn't tell me to remove the sheet. Aren't I supposed to remove the sheet? Guess not. Calibrating Z, and then we need to do the offset. I prepped a few things. What did I prep? I feel like I was hugely underprepared. Like I had all the parts, but I didn't have more than one of all the parts. Nothing broke, so that's good. Right, we need this on the top. And we need some Prusa PETG. PETG. Oh, I suppose it doesn't have to be. Just looking at me filament shelf. What? Oh, this is. There we go. This is the right stuff. Ooh. More orange. preheat. P2. That's a really good idea, Greg. Definitely do that. Print this part first. Check if your printer will get the right tolerances to be able to do all the other things. And then obviously they can make, you can probably suggest adjustments based on what things fit and what things don't as well. Like for example, if this was supposed to be exactly 80 millimeters, if this was supposed to be exactly 80 millimeters long, and you print it and measure it and it's like 79.5, then you know that the other tube inside is also going to be too short, and that way it's probably like skew or scaling or something that's off. I'm sure you can work it out. You probably know more about this than I do. Are we hot? No, not yet. I'm happy to try whatever test parts you make, and I can report back on what the Mini does versus maybe what other things do. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. Nope, come on. Or is that not enabled by default? Filament auto load is on. Well, that's not good. What? The extruder motor doesn't seem to be powered. That's bizarre. Have I put the extruder motor in the wrong place twice? Surely that's not even possible. Where's the blimmin' off button? X, Y, Z, E. Or is the filament sensor that's not right? I wonder if my filament sensor is wired different. Oh, I've got that in the wrong. Filament sensor plugged into the wrong place. It was approximately correct, but it was in the top half of the slot instead of in the bottom half of the slot. Let's hope that's not broken anything, because that would be very disappointing. And try again. Yeah, I know exactly, because they've done a weird DuPont connector and something that's not designed for the standard DuPont connector, with the weird orange thing around it. Right, 228, 230. Hopefully it was just that filament sensor. We should push this in the top and it all works. Glorious! And we should have some nice splooge come out the bottom. Right, yes. I'm pretty sure we can do first layer calibration with PET now, can't we? First layer, texture, continue, start from 0 with PET. Boom! Half past 11. We've got a 40-minute print to do as well. Come on, come on, come on, come on. So what did we learn today, boys and girls? Step number 1. Check things before starting a stream. What I don't understand with that connector that they've used is if they designed the connector specifically for the board, specifically for the Mark III, why is the connector like not specifically set up for what they're going to plug into it? Like they've used this like standard auxiliary port as if everyone's going to be buying this board for other things, and they're just not. Ooh, this is high. What am I at? Minus 0.9. Ow! That's probably a bit too close now, to be honest. Dropped to 49, 51 people. How long are we going? 4 hours. 4 hours. It's probably one of the longest streams I've done, isn't it? We peaked at 80 people at the very start of the stream, and it's only been fewer since. Cool, that looks perfect. It's a bit close actually, but it'll work. And I don't care if I damage the bed because it's already ruined. The glories of having old beds around. No SD card. Oh no, oh no, come on. The lag in selecting the print, maybe end up selecting the wrong thing. There we go. Thank you very much. There's a lot of oozing. We're nearly there. Nearly hot. What did you miss? Everything went wrong. It was a highly stressful situation. The wrong belt is fitted, doesn't sit in right. The parts are just the wrong size because I've messed up printing them. The design is fine. My printing, not so good. It's been a long and stressful stream, but we're nearly there. A lot of interns. inside I'm screaming my head off. But it's fine. It's for entertainment purposes. Notice how when I put a stream up, I put it up for entertainment rather than for education. This is not educational. Oh, come on. Yeah, that's pretty close. That's a tiny little benchy. I was going to bring the nozzle, the camera in closer, but because the printer's so small and the hot end and extruder are so big, you won't be able to see anything anyway. Pinda's very close to the bed. I can tell you it's doing an absolutely excellent job. We're getting there. Oh, I'm starting to yawn now, sorry. I am genuinely tired. Right. Let's bring the camera in a little bit closer. Scoot this around a little bit. If you get motion sickness, look away now. Right, let's have a quick tidy up while that's printing. Oh dear. Didn't even realise that book was there the whole time. Oh look, a deburring tool. Do you like it? iFixit tools? Yep. Quite expensive. But, I mean, it gives you a pretty good set of stuff. I don't really use, like I've never done foam repair, so like this thing I don't use. There's a little static band thing that would go in here, but it makes the package not fit really well, so I don't use that anyway. When I'm building computers, I do sometimes use that, but it depends. If it's cheap stuff, I don't bother anyway. These little kind of guitar pick pry tools I use a little bit, but not very often. These I don't really use, but all of this stuff I use quite a lot. I mean, you saw me using this and the tweezers all the way through. This is a pry tool I use as well. It's a bit more flexible than this. This is quite rigid, whereas this tool's a lot more flexible, and it's all spring steel. Well, this is spring steel, so it's very, very bendy and doesn't deform. Got a couple of plastic tools, and then this huge set of bits, which when you're doing an assembly like this is really nice. And then this is, when you have screwdrivers like this, it's nice to have a smooth rotating end, so you can apply force to the end and then screw with your hand. So you should hold it, as far as I know, that's the correct way to do it. So it forces into your palm, and then you can still screw with this bit. And then you've also got this tool. This can be useful for doing things like these screws around the back. You can't really see on that side, but screws around the back, so you put that end. I don't know why I'm doing like an iFixit ad here, but yeah, if you have bendy bits like that, then it's useful for reaching into tight areas. Don't use it super often, but sometimes when it's hard to reach, it's really essential. And then it's just a good selection of bits. Yep. I would like to be sponsored by iFixit, seeing as I literally have them in the middle of the camera for every single live stream I do, pretty much. But there you go. They're going to be honest, I've not asked, but I think it's pretty unlikely. How long has that got left? 32 minutes remaining, apparently. Right, I'm going to walk away for a bit. While this is printing, I'm going to leave. The whole stream's still going to be live, so I'll still be here. I'll come back in just a minute. But I shall leave now for a few minutes and be back towards when the print's finishing. So I'll see you now and be back in a few moments. Hello. Still 20 minutes to go. And probably not the best representation of quality due to the fact that I have bodged the belts. I mean, this one's like, it's like curved. Wow, there's been 1,680 playbacks. What's that count as? The number of times the video has loaded, including page refreshes and changes of camera angle. The number does not increase when a viewer switches resolution. Interesting. Does anybody have any questions for me specifically? Obviously Greg is the expert on the design, but as a first user with the assembly, if you have any questions, you probably learned quite a lot from watching if you've been around for a lot of it, but it's doing a pretty nice job of this 60% benchy. Some issues. Well, my thermistor wires are definitely a little bit on the loosey-goosey side. They're dangling a bit close to the print for my liking. Oh, sorry, was there a buzz when I plugged the microphone in? Sorry. That happens. I wasn't careful enough. I do apologise sincerely. Why do you think E-steps is too inaccurate to be used as calibration for the filament? That seems odd. Surely E-steps is more accurate than doing extrusion multiply. I mean, if they can both reach the same level of precision, then they would both give the same result. Looks like I scared everyone. Was it nice and quiet and relaxed? And then I just came along, buzzed the microphone. It's quite a nice little print, this. I mean, obviously, the benchy itself is nothing particularly new for people to see. Can we do this one? There we go. Probably should have done that before I left the room, eh? But surely the problem with the extrusion multiplier, measuring with the print, I suppose you'd have to calibrate inside and outside, because a lot of people tend to do it just by doing an outside dimension, whereas you can get an oversized outside dimension by like bad corners and if you over tighten your belts, then it moves further, or is it less far? Obviously, the amount of tension in the belts and the stretch in the belt changes the dimension of movement. I think, well, it's difficult. They all got to be tuned together in my mind. and you have to be able to isolate that exact feature to the one that you're calibrating. Okay. Yeah, I guess the other issue with extrusion multiplier is you can have issues with speed. I've seen people try and calibrate E-steps using that method of distance, but then extruding way too quickly, which causes problems because it can't push it out the other end of the hot end quick enough. Ah, okay, single wall, yeah, fair enough. So for single wall, the issue then, right, is you're reliant on the alignment of the layers, so the repetition in layer position, which I suppose would be pretty consistent. I think I'm hearing myself on my speakers in the other room. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Sorry for the buzzing. Hopefully you saw me coming first. Also, you measure E-step for what happens before the gears, if you like, where extrusion multiplies. Is the reality after extrusion. Yeah, fair enough. Makes sense. I'm not sure how representative this benchy will be of the final print quality, given not only the mistakes but the rushed nature of some of the assembly. It's like watching paint dry, this. Maybe I'll just stop it there. We got a most of a print. It would be along the nature of the rest of the build, where it's been like most of a success, but not quite. The old P3 steel. Classic. Successful bodge. I mean, it is quite a successful bodge, in fairness. It's working. Only a very small amount of that belt engagement was actually necessary because of how tight the rest of it was. Certainly not something I would recommend, though. I think my fan screws are loose as well. Yeah, the fan sounds a bit messed up. Six minutes left. We've got another stream to do as well for anyone that wants another stream, having obviously not finished this one yet. But the extrudinator with the rails is something else I've been meaning to do as well. But I needed to print some TPU parts that I may need during that. See, I'm doing preparation for a stream. Bloody incredible. There's some TPU parts I need to print for that, so they're going to get printed maybe on this or on the Mini or on the other machine, which I can't talk about at the moment. And when that's done, we'll be able to do that extrudinator build, hopefully pretty soon, because it's been out of action for quite a while now. I hate doing half builds. This one is not ideal, obviously, but it's obviously printing, so it works. Whereas the extrudinator currently doesn't work because it's not in a finished state. What material did you use for the shroud? It was ASA or ABS. I think ASA in the end. I don't really normally have any ABS. I tend to just have ASA, but I might have had one roll of black ABS. So. To be honest, I'm tempted to use Prusa PETG for it because I've recently been testing a shroud with Prusa PETG, and because that is normally printed at like 240, 250 anyway, like it's pretty solid for a fan duct. Although this one's maybe a bit closer to the nozzle than that one's. Yeah, maybe it wouldn't be right. But I mean, people can print ABS at like 240, 250. Oh, it's bridging. TPU at 60 millimeters a second. That's pretty good. I mean, TPU can. I mean, if it's, I have a fairly hard TPU. It's like 95A shore hardness, and as long as it's dry, you can print it pretty quick. But if it's anything other than really dry, you can barely print it at all. So, and it doesn't stay dry for very long. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, TPU can be a pain to print, can't it? I did do a massive TPU print once for a client. It was like probably, what was it, like 2 days print, 600 grams of TPU or something crazy. It's absolutely enormous. I wonder if TPU would be a good calibration material. Because it doesn't, you can't like stretch it in the extruder like you can with, it won't like permanently deform with the extruder gears. But of course at the same time it's also, these make very stringy and soft and wobbly, so maybe terrible. 2 minutes to go. We're right on the rooftop. When this finishes, it is going to be the end, so if anyone has any questions or anything they want to say or mention now, for the 30 or 40 of you so left now, don't forget to like the stream if you haven't already. Hit the like button just down below. Oh, it seems to be buffering. No, I think we've made it. I think my router resets at some point, like midnight. I've forgotten what I was saying. Nearly 5 hours now. 4 hours 42 minutes has been going. I think this has got to be one of the longest streams I've ever done, and it's exhausting. It's weird because I can easily sit here and build something for 5 hours, but doing it on a stream is just for some reason really exhausting. Oh, there we go. Adorable. A nice long string at the top. Right, so let's see if we can get a close little look at this print, and then we'll call it a day. It's still going to be hot and attached to the bed, so viewing possibilities are limited. Wow, it's really struggling to see that. That orange, it just doesn't want to focus on it. Sorry, a bit wobbly, I know. This bed is really, really hot. I don't think this is really doing it any justice at all. From my point of view, it looks reasonably good. It's hard to say more than that. It's such a tiny print. You get artifacts for weird things. A little bit of stringing. Oh, nice. Right. Maybe this one might focus a little bit better. No, I don't think anything wants to focus on this tiny little print. So, yes, let's see if we can get this back up to a suitable angle. That was quite a long stream. So we managed it though. First build of the Prusa, well, I don't know if it's the first one. I think other people may have done one. But my first build, full upgrade of the Prusa Exxa, so extruder and X-axis, which you can't really see because it's not quite on the camera. Ta-da! Full upgrade, Exxa, X-axis and extruder. I can barely talk, I'm very tired, but we managed a very little benchy at 60%, and it's come out pretty good. Some stringing, but I guess that's to be expected. Might need a little profile tuning to get it just right. But overall, not too bad at all. Some slight issues with tolerancing. I think the printed parts that I printed were a little bit over extruded, so things didn't fit quite as expected, which is a little bit unfortunate, but we managed to get there in the end. To something that does work, but will need a little bit of modification. I'll have to go back and print a couple of the parts that are in orange. They seem to be the ones that have over extruded most. Other than that, I'm very happy with how it turned out. Largely very good build, very nice design. Oh, the shroud as well, that could probably do with a bit of improvement. If we print a few at once, improve the cooling, that should be fine. But for now, we're going to call it a day. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We'll be back for more live streams soon. We'll be upgrading the extrudinator, and there might be some other stuff as well. Videos on the channel around the form bar upgrade at the moment, so coming in the next few weeks we've got Marlin firmware configuration for basic and advanced configuration settings. So if you're into or looking to do some of Marlin configuration soon, you can check those videos out as well. But that's it from me today. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.